And they're off at Fort Erie Racetrack. Breaking a little slow was Texas Dana. Be a Majestic Gigi shoots out from the outside. Cosmic Shot also showing speed from the inside. Always Rosie is going to settle in third along the rail. To her outside is Lightning Marie, and after the slow start, the trailer is Texas Dana. It's a speed duel up front. Cosmic Shot has put her head in front of Be a Majestic Gigi. The top two have opened up 2.5 lengths on Always Rosie, watching it unfold from third. Lightning Marie is racing in fourth, and the trailer is still Texas Dana. The opening quarter was raced in 23 flat, and not much has changed. Be a Majestic Gigi and Cosmic Shot continue to go at it on the lead. They swing for home. Always Rosie is angling to the outside for a run, making up ground on the leaders. Be a Majestic Gigi now takes the lead from Cosmic Shot. Always Rosie rallying down the outside, launching into contention. It is Always Rosie and Be a Majestic Gigi dueling in the final furlong. Be a Majestic Gigi finding more along the rail. Always Rosie not giving up, but as they come down to the wire, it's Be a Majestic Gigi. Always Rosie was second. It's tight for show between Cosmic Shot and Lightning Marie, 59-4. And they're off. Striking Moon missed the start. He dwelt by about 5 lengths, giving the early lead to Vinny Van Gogh. Summer Retreat is showing up. Between them, Money Matters is forwardly placed. It's a gap of 3 back to 2-year contract and another 5 back to Striking Moon, who has a lot of ground to make up after that start. 3 across the track, dueling on the lead. Summer Retreat on the lead. On the rail, Money Matters between horses, and Vinny Van Gogh is 3 deep. The top 3 have opened up 6 on 2-year contract, who needs to do better. Striking Moon still 8 lengths off of the leaders. Look at that quarter, 21-4. This is a blistering pace. Summer Retreat on the lead, saving ground. Money Matters the middle, and Vinny Van Gogh 3 wide. 2-year contract is ridden along under the whip and gaining a bit of ground. Striking Moon within 7 lengths of the lead. There's a 1/4 mile left to race. Summer Retreat still has a narrow advantage past a half in 45-3. Money Matters in the middle, and Vinny Van Gogh is still in striking position. Summer Retreat still maintains the lead. Money Matters is digging in. Vinny Van Gogh begins to tire. Here comes Striking Moon down the far outside. He may overcome that bad break. Striking Moon surging down the far outside. Summer Retreat digging in. What a performance by Striking Moon. Last to first under Helen Vanek. Just gets up at the wire. Summer Retreat second, Money Matters. That's a win photo. Hold all tickets. I think Striking Moon got up 6 furlongs in a time of 1:12-1. And they're off. Gimbala broke sharply along the rail. Forest B. Out wide is Chasing Joy. Racing in fourth is going to be Silver Tunes, and it's a gap of 4 back to Too Much Vino. Within the final half mile, they go. It's Forest B, a half length better than Gimbala, who's racing on the outside in second. The top 2 have opened up about 4 on Chasing Joy. That is another 2 back to Silver Tunes, and tailed off in last, about 10 lengths off the lead, is Too Much Vino. Midway around the turn they go. The opening quarter was a quick 22-1, and still on the lead, it is Forest B as they race the quarter pole. Gimbala is racing in second. It's well back to Chasing Joy in third. Fourth is Silver Tunes, and still at the back is Too Much Vino with about 12 lengths to make up as they race down the stretch. Forest B has a short lead over Gimbala. Gimbala now sticks her head in front. Trying to rally up the fence is Chasing Joy, but Gimbala overtakes the lead. It's Gimbala opening up about 2. Forest B holding second. Down to the wire they come. Gimbala. Gimbala 1 3/4 over Forest B. Chasing Joy was third over a fast closing Too Much Vino. 5 furlongs and a time of 58-2. And they're off. They're out in a good line. My Song and Melody breaks on top with Tangerine Twist right there in second. Lights and Sirens on the rail. Out wide is Tequila's Melody. Between horses, Lady of the Fort races from fifth. Only at Midnight is sixth on the outside, racing a length and a half better than Saged Energy. And the trailer is Wickensense. The race into the turn, just over 3/8 of a mile to go. It is My Song and Melody on top, past a quarter in 23 flat. Tequila's Melody is racing in second, a length better than Tangerine Twist. Only at Midnight is gaining ground on the outside. It's a gap of 6 back to Lights and Sirens. Lady of the Fort, Sage Energy, and Wickensense continues to trail. They swing for home, and My Song and Melody has been clear throughout. She's opened up 5. It is My Song and Melody and Pierre Mailhot leading the way. Tequila's Melody is second, only at Midnight third. Nobody's made a dent on My Song and Melody, who's extending the margin under no asking. It is My Song and Melody in an absolute romp. My Song and Melody going on to win by about 6. Tequila's Melody second, then Only at Midnight. Saged Energy was fourth, 5 furlongs and 58-4. And they're off. Thelonious out well with Bocelli, splitting them as Party of No. Deep on the track, Calming Influence shows plenty of speed. Demi Quando is stalking from the rail. The early trailer is going to be Crumlin Experience. 3 across the track as they race into the opening turn. Party of No saves ground, Bocelli between horses, and Calming Influence is 3 deep. It's a gap of 4 back to Demi Quando in fourth. Thelonious is fifth, and the trailer is Crumlin Experience. 6 furlongs to go, and Party of No leads the way past the quarter in 23-3. Pressing on the outside is Bocelli. Taking back into third is Calming Influence. It's another 2.5 back to Thelonious and Demi Quando, who race as a pair. Crumlin Experience continues to trail the field. Just over a half mile to go. The half was raced in 47-2. Party of No maintains a short lead from Bocelli. Calming Influence is 3 lengths off the lead from third. Thelonious is passing Demi Quando to race in fourth, and Crumlin Experience continues to trail. They're spread out by about 5 lengths as they race into the far turn. 3/8 of a mile to go. Party of No and Bocelli continue to lead the way. Here comes Crumlin Experience, launching a rally from the back, about to pass Thelonious and Calming Influence. 112 flat for 3/4. Party of No and Bocelli still trading blows, but Crumlin Experience is gaining plenty of ground as they swing for home. It's Bocelli, a short lead from Party of No. Deep on the track, Crumlin Experience is rallying, just over an eighth of a mile to go. Bocelli and Party of No, here comes Crumlin Experience, last to first. Crumlin Experience sweeps to the lead. Party of No digging in, but he's not going as good as Crumlin Experience. It's Crumlin Experience and Brandon Boulanger with a big rally to win. Party of No was second, then Bocelli and Thelonious, 146 flat. And they're off. Sneaky Rebel was out well with Eyes a Breeze and Love My Cheryl. Deep on the track is Miss Molly Lalou. The early trailer is going to be Mimi's Holiday as Sneaky Rebel sneaks out to a 3-length advantage. Sneaky Rebel makes the pace. Eyes a Breeze and Miss Molly Lalou. Miss Molly Lalou now into second. Eyes a Breeze had to check back to last. Love My Cheryl is racing third, a length better than Mimi's Holiday, and Eyes a Breeze is now the trailer. Sneaky Rebel raced the opening quarter in 22 and 3. Her lead is still 3 lengths. Love My Cheryl has cruised into second. Miss Molly Lalou is ridden along from third. Mimi's Holiday is fourth along the inside. Eyes a Breeze still has 8 lengths to make up on the leader. They swing for home with less than a quarter of a mile to go. Sneaky Rebel is up by 3. Love My Cheryl still racing in second past a half and 46 flat. Mimi's Holiday is rallying. Miss Molly Lalou and Eyes a Breeze need to do better. It is Sneaky Rebel up by 4 as they approach the 16th pole. Sneaky Rebel on top. Love My Cheryl and Mimi's Holiday try to rally, but Sneaky Rebel is going to go gate to wire. Sneaky Rebel by 2.5. Mimi's Holiday up for second over Love My Cheryl, then Eyes a Breeze, 105 and 4. And they're off. Hadassah's Devil took a stumble at the start. He's going to be last early. Jack Beanstalk emerges from the center to set the early pace. Little Green Machine is forwardly placed along the inside. Then we have Rocket Joe Copper deep on the track, advancing into third. Paperback Hero racing between horses. It's a gap of 3 back to Hadassah's Devil. Less than 5/8 of a mile to go, and Jack Beanstalk is making the pace. Rocket Joe Copper is into second, past the quarter in 23 and 2. Paperback Hero was third between horses, with Little Green Machine now in a pressing spot on the rail. 2 more back to Hadassah's Devil, who continues to trail. They're only spread out by about 4 lengths. They race into the far turn, 3/8 of a mile to go, and Jack Beanstalk is still leading the way. Paperback Hero is now second as Rocket Joe Copper calls it quits. Little Green Machine third on the rail, and Hadassah's Devil begins to gain momentum, a half and 46 and 3. They hit the quarter pole, and Jack Beanstalk still has the lead, but Paperback Hero is gaining ground on the outside. Little Green Machine still in striking range. The top 3 are opening up on Hadassah's Devil and Rocket Joe Copper. It is still Jack Beanstalk looking to go all the way. Paperback Hero trying from second, Little Green Machine third, but Jack Beanstalk has opened up 2. It's Jack Beanstalk and Chris Husbands going on to win the nightcap. Jack Beanstalk gate to wire. Little Green Machine dug in for second. Paperback Hero third, then Hadassah's Devil. 117 and 4. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fort Erie Racetrack on a bright Tuesday evening. Pretty gusty out right now, but it's a very bright and sunny afternoon. A few clouds, 25 degrees Celsius or 78 Fahrenheit. The main track is fast and the turf is good with the rail out at 18 feet. Visit our website, forterieracing.com, for everything going on at the track, news, information, live video streaming, and all of our race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie on our standard Monday-Tuesday schedule. First post on both days will be 4:30. And if you're coming out on Tuesday, be sure to stick around for our free concert at the Tiki Bar featuring Cottage Brew. The 2023 Basset Hound races are coming up on Sunday, August 13th. The event sponsored by Pet Food Outlet and Dave McMahon Dog Training Academy. Save the date, the 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be held on Tuesday, September 12th. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. The new Homestretch Bar is open, located next to the Tiki Bar. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $13.25 per person. The track pack includes one food item, one beverage, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, check out our website. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show. Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Starting today on all Monday and Tuesday cards, all of our Pick 4 and Pick 5 wagers will be guaranteed with pools at $10,000. Early Pick 5 begins in Race 1, Early Pick 4 in Race 2, Late Pick 5 in Race 4, and Late Pick 4 in Race 5. Jackpot High 5 wagering offered here in today's 8th race, the carryover, $24,911.97. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverages permitted in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Coming up next are today's changes. In Race 1, an overweight on number 4, Big Bang Blue, will be 2 pounds over at 120. Race 2, an overweight on number 1, Take a Chance, 1 pound over at 121. And an overweight on number 5, Storming Lady, 1 pound over at 118. In Race 3, number 2, Feeling, will be 4 pounds over at 122. And number 5, Timmins, 3 pounds over at 123. In Race 4, number 1, Very Debonair, 2 pounds over at 122. Number 2, Miss D's Pride, 1 pound over at 119. Number 4, Beyond Talented, 3 pounds over at 121. Number 5, Prince for a Day, 3 pounds over at 123. Number 6, Chicago Freddy, 2 pounds over at 120. And Steward Scratch, also eligible, number 9, Infinitely Cats. In Race 5, number 4, Zafeather, will be 3 pounds over at 123. In Race 6, number 2, Dynamic Mission, will be 3 pounds over at 123, and there's an ownership correction on number 3, Wilberforce. The ownership should read Sharon Chicotto and Vino Bahari. In Race 7, number 3, JMR Bold Vision, will be 2 pounds over at 114. And number 9, Sub-Zero Plus, 1 pound over at 123. In Race 8, a rider change on number 1, Wannafrack, make the rider Chris Husbands. Overweight on number 7, Torpedo Max, He'll be 2 pounds over at 122. And Stewart Scratch also eligible, number 9, Swath. So we are back on the heels of a very strong Sunday here at Fort Erie. It was great to see so many people out for the Wiener Dog races. Back to normalcy here on Tuesday, a good 8-race card back on the turf today. Let's take a look at today's races. Race 1 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. We're going to sprint 5 furlongs for a price of $62.50 down to $6,000. I'm going to go with the number 4, Big Bang Blue. She's 8-1 on the morning line, more likely to be 8-5 towards post time. Big Bang Blue shipped down from Woodbine for her Fort Erie debut on July 4th and drew clear to a 7-length win for maiden 4,000. Was claimed that day by trainer John Sims. Hooks a field where there's some speed for her to follow. She should stalk and pounce for another repeat win. Number 3, Jungle Tigress. This one ships down from Woodbine for the same connections that previously had Big Bang Blue. She had a nice maiden win on May 26th for $10,000. Then ran a troubled 4th on June 16th, but then on July 6th was very flat and now ships down for the class drop if Jungle Tigress can take to the dirt. She is certainly a factor by the same sire as Big Bang Blue. I'm going to round things out with the 1, Forest Choice. Claimed for $4,000 on July 4th, she dueled on the lead before being outkicked by Woodbine invader Shelley the Rocket. Forest Choice figures to be forwardly placed along the rail and could be live in her first start for trainer Roy Agostino. Race 2 is an open allowance race, 3-year-olds and up, sprinting 5 1/2 furlongs. We've got a couple of the better horses on the grounds here, including both of our long-run stakes winners, Alacritus and Storming Lady. I'm going to go in a different direction with the rail runner, Take a Chance. Nick Malini and Helen Vanek team up here. This one was claimed for $15,000 at Woodbine on June 16th. He dueled on the lead and gave way to be a close 4th, beaten just 1.5 lengths. Now makes his Fort Erie debut. He's run a couple of times on the dirt, has had a second over the surface. The poor race was going 1 mile and a 16th at Tampa last March. Take a Chance if he can get loose from the rail. Could be very dangerous in his first start at Fort Erie. Obvious choice is the 2, Alacritus. Deshaun Bino and Kevin Buttigieg team up for Colebrook Farms. Alacritus is 2 for 2 this season, winning a 1 other than optional 12.5 and then kicking clear to a comfortable score in the long-run Thoroughbred Retirement Stakes, beating last year's Horse of the Year Strong Ending in the process. Very tough to knock. Alacritus, certainly the one to beat. Rounding things out with the 5, Storming Lady. This mare takes on the boys here. She made her Fort Erie debut in the long-run Aftercare Stakes. Had a very good trip, stalking a pace, and kicked clear to a 2.5-length win. She's going to have to step her game up against some of these. This is basically stakes company for Fort Erie, but she has proven that she can handle our surface. Going to stretch out to 1 mile and a 16th for race 3. It's a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2, $62.50 down to $6,000. Field of 6 here, and I'm going to go with the number 2, Feeling. Feeling shipped up from Ocala for Mario Maver and Jennifer Gutierrez, raced in a maiden 4,000, slipped up the inside, and was able to win by 7.5 lengths as the heavy favorite. He now takes that next step into winner's company. Not hooking the toughest of groups here. Figures to be live on the double up for trainer Josh Robillard and Brian Shane, teaming up for Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 5, Timmins, had an absolutely picture-perfect trip to break his maiden on the turf on May 30th. Came back in a dirt sprint over the slop on June 26th. Chased the pace and just was an even 3rd on that day. 2 turns is preferable. He probably wants the turf more than the dirt, but Timmins is certainly a contender in here. Then the number 4, Quiet Rebel. Quiet Rebel raced with bar shoes in his last couple of starts. Does not appear that he will be racing with them today. Keep your ears open for any late changes. Quiet Rebel was a distant 3rd behind runoff winner Thy Kingdom over the slop on July 3rd. Did not run badly on that day and could be along for another check here. We're on the turf for race number 4, maiden 3-year-olds and up. Claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000, set to sprint about 5 furlongs. We've got a Woodbine Invader in the number 8, Red Zeppelin. Trainer Jim Ensom sends this one down. Amanda Vandermeersch will pilot. Red Zeppelin's made just one start at the meet in Maiden 15 company on June 3rd at Woodbine. He had a bad break, ran up on heels inside horses, and was completely flat. Red Zeppelin's game is speed. He's raced a couple of okay turf races. If he can break sharply from the outside, he should be tough to beat against these. Number 3, Reload Bullet. Went to the lead and gave way to be 4th, beaten just 2 lengths when racing against Maiden Specialweight Company on June 18th. The winner of that race was Core, who has since won both of his starts. He's a 3-time winner now. So that's a good reference for Reload Bullet, who drops in for $8,000 and gets on the turf for the first time. The turf could carry his speed a little further. Then to round things out, the number 1, Very Debonair. Had an okay third on debut over this turf course, was beaten just 1 1/4 for second, then ran a decent 5th. In the same Maiden Special Weight dirt race that Reload Bullet exits, he was just a 1/4 length behind Reload Bullet on that day. Will be able to save ground from the rail post. Race 5 is an allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. We're going to go 6 1/2 furlongs with a field of 6. Obvious choice here is the 2, Can't Beat the Cats. Can't Beat the Cats was a 9-length winner on June 6th against 2 Life Allowance Company, then came back in the Long Run Aftercare Stakes and ran a very game second behind Storming Ladies. Can't Beat the Cats dueled on the pace, did the heavy lifting, and set things up nicely for Storming Lady on that day. She looks like she should be the boss against these. Number 4, Za Feather, was a steward scratch in an 8,000 claimer on July 11th, now returns here against Allowance Company. She was claimed for $14,000 at Woodbine in October out of an easy win against non-winners of 3. She's still eligible for non-winners of 3, this filly. She's going to try the dirt for the first time. Might want a little more distance than 6 1/2, but her class may prevail in her first start off the layoff for trainer Richard Davis and rider Ishmael Mascara, who are off to a very strong start. Closing things out, the number 1, My Girl Gabby, came from the clouds to win a non-winners of 2 allowance in her first start of the meet over sloppy track on June 27th. We're going to see if she can do the same over the fast going. There is some speed to set things up. My Girl Gabby could make things 2 for 2 on the dirt, but she's facing much tougher. Race 6 is an allowance race, 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. We're back on the turf, going about 7 furlongs. Rail Runner, working out, goes for Chiefswood Stable. Trainer Lane Gilliforty uses the services of Amanda Vandermeersch. Was in an off-turf race over the slop on June 27th, ran an okay 3rd behind Core and Morning Thoughts, who both came back to win their next starts. Working Out has raced well on the turf before. He finished 2nd against Maiden Specialweight Company at Gulfstream when he was younger. He draws well. Figures to be one of the main contenders against this group. Number 7, Sensible Portions. A lot of his form looks bad, but if you just narrow in on the Fort Erie turf races, he's a capable horse. He had a win for Maiden 8,000, ran an okay 5th against Maiden Specialweight last year. He's going to be a long shot. He might be worth a look in his first start of the season. I don't have a strong case for him. I just think he may go ignored. Then we got the number 3, Wilberforce. Wilberforce had a wide trip when debuting over this turf course on June 18th. Then took advantage of a complete inside speed bias to break his maiden second time out on July 3rd, wandering around in the stretch and holding off Einwacher Soldat. I still don't know what to make of Wilberforce, but at least we saw some improvement with that win second time out. Filly and mare claiming 3-year-olds and up which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4, going to sprint 5 1/2 furlongs for a price of $5,000 down to $4,750. We got a full field of 9 here. I'm going to go with the number 8, Fun Cool. Fun Cool was claimed for $5,000 on May 23rd. Took a shot against 8,000 Company in the slot, but did not fire. Dropped right back in for 5 and was a very easy winner over Miss Pease Bella on June 27th, winning by almost 6 lengths. She's going to have other speed to tussle with here, but she may be able to sit just off of the pace from the outside. A logical contender to double up under the mailman, Pierre Mailhot. Inside runner, number 1, Rain by Rain. Ran on to be second behind More Savvy for this price, going 6 1/2 furlongs on June 27th. She's taking well to sprinting this year, has a second going 6 furlongs and a second going 6.5. As we said, there's a lot of speed here. If everybody locks horns and weakens in the stretch, Rain by Rain could pick up the pieces. Then going back to a speed type, number 4, Jungle Goddess. She was a wire-to-wire winner in the slop on June 12th, but then labored in the stretch after getting loose on the lead on June 27th when third in the same race, Rain by Rain, exits. If the track was wet today, you'd have a very strong case for Jungle Goddess. All of her good races have come over the wet track. Nevertheless, she's in good form, worth a look under rider Leo Salas. Last race of the day, 3-year-olds and up which have never won a race in 2023 or which have never won 4 races. Claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000. We're back to 5 furlongs on the turf course. Field of 8 here. I'm going to go with the outside runner, Union Colonel. Trainer Robert Warner and rider Pierre Mailhot have been a deadly combination at the meet. Union Colonel is 3 for 3 over the Fort Erie turf course. He put the cheek pieces on June 6th, was forwardly placed and was able to hold off over Wanafrac to win for $62.50. He's had some time to freshen up. Takes that slight rise up to $8,000. We know he loves this course. Definitely a threat from the outside. Number 5, Bound Lucky, came down from Woodbine on July 11th. Raced against Allowance Company on the dirt, and he was flat. He did not do any running on that day. But we can forgive that. Dirt may just simply not be his surface. He's raced well on the turf. He won over the Woodbine Inner Turf for $15,000 last summer. Bound Lucky, trainer George Newland and apprentice Amanda Vandermeer's team up for owner Mike McDonald. May go overlooked on this class drop. Rounding things out with the 3, Exceed. Exceed rallied to win by a neck for $62.50 on June 27th over the slop. Was claimed by trainer Roy Augustino that day. He's had a couple of okay turf races at Woodbine against obviously tougher company. Exceed gets to the Fort Erie lawn. Could make an impression in his first start off of the claim. Solid 8-race card coming your way on this Tuesday evening. We have 17 minutes to first post. Best of luck with all of your wagers.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPIBet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
Field for today's first race is making their way on track. It's a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to sprint 5 furlongs for a price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Race 1 offers Win Play Show, Exactor, 20-cent try, Double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering. That pool is now guaranteed at $10,000. All pick 4s and pick 5s at Fort Erie, guaranteed at $10,000. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Forest Choice. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Mary Lynn Augustino. Number 2, Passion to Please. Justin Stein has the call for trainer Jeff Voice, who owns in partnership with Herb McGurr Jr. CEC Farms, owners of the 3, Jungle Tigress. Rachel Slavinsky will ride for trainer Sharon Chicotto. Number 4 is Big Bang Blue. Emil Ramsamy has the call for trainer John Sims and owner Krista Klemmer. 5 is Vermont Holiday. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Completing the field, number 6 is Very Unified, owned and trained by Jeannie Ryan. The rider is Amanda Vandermeersch. 6 minutes to post for race 1. Kickoff leg of the $10,000 guaranteed early pick 5. Starting gate is in position. We have 2 minutes to post for today's first race. 2 minutes to get your early pick 5 wagers in, pool guaranteed at $10,000. Field for race 1 heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. Even money on the number 4, Big Bang Blue, looking to go for 2 for 2 here at Fort Erie. Second choice at 5 to 2 is number 2, Passion to Please. First to load is Forest Choice under Markley Buchanan. Passion to Please, Justin Stein to gate 2. Jungle Tigress in from Woodbine. Rachel Slavinsky has the call. Big Bang Blue and Emil Ramsamy. Goes in. Long shot Vermont Holiday with Melanie Pinto. And the last to go will be Very Unified and Amanda Vandermeersch. All in line. Jungle Tigress acting up a bit in the gate. And they're off. Forest Choice broke sharply. Very Unified also showing speed from the outside. Passion to Please and Vermont Holiday both within striking range in the early stages. The top 4 are now across the track. They've opened up 4 on Big Bang Blue and Jungle Tigress. They race down the backstretch and into the far turn. It is now Passion to Please who has taken control from Forest Choice, racing second along the rail. On the outside in third is Very Unified. Vermont Holiday is fourth in the 2-path, racing 2 lengths better than Big Bang Blue, who begins to gain some momentum. The trailer is Jungle Tigress. The opening quarter was 23 flat. They race within the quarter pole, and Passion to Please has control. Second on the outside, Very Unified. Forest Choice along the rail. Big Bang Blue is not yet fired, but she is gaining some ground along the inside. Jungle Tigress tries to rally, but down the stretch they come. Passion to Please is extending. Big Bang Blue is into second, but still has about 6 lengths to make up on Passion to Please, who's going on to a much the best victory in the opener. It's Passion to Please in front. Big Bang Blue second, then Very Unified on Jungle Tigress, 59 flat. Unofficial in the opener, the winner is number 2, Passion to Please. Second, number 4, Big Bang Blue. Third, number 6, Very Unified. And fourth, number 3, Jungle Tigress. On official race 1 order, 2, 4, 6, 3. Race 1 is now official. Back at the winner's circle, the official winner of today's first race, number 2, Passion to Please. Passion to Please is a 3-year-old bay filly by Passion for Action out of Miss Betty to You. Bred here in Ontario by Ben Hutzel, Passion to Please. Ridden to victory today by Justin Stein. For trainer Jeff Voice, he's part owner with Herb McGurr Jr. That's career win number 2 in 5 starts for Passion to Please, who drew off comfortably, completing the 5 furlongs in a time of 59 flat. Passion to Please pays $9, $4.10 and $3.70. Number 4, Big Bang Blue, $2.70 and $2.10. And number 6, Very Unified, $3.10. $2 exacta, $2.4, $41.70. The $1 try, $2.46. $104.30, $1 super, $2.463. $291.05. We had a claim out of today's first race. The runner-up, Big Bang Blue, claimed by Bermuda Blue Farm, goes to the barn of trainer Tony Adamo. Changes for race 2, an overweight on number 1, Take a Chance, 1 pound over at 121. And number 5, Storming Lady, 1 pound over at 118. 19 minutes to post.
Horses will be in the walking ring momentarily for the upcoming second race, which is going to kick off that early pick fourth, that $10,000 guarantee in the pool. A 5.5 furlong event here on the main track. And this allowance field, it's compact, but it's an exciting race nonetheless. Nick Mulaney Jr. will send out two. And we'll also see Alacritus, who has been sensational in his two performances here at the Fort. And we're going to start with him. Kind of looking at his first race here this season, he really had to work for it in the end. It was going 5 furlongs. Him and Money Matters kind of hooked it up in the stretch, and this one was able to get the job done. But even more impressively was his next start at the 5.5 furlong distance in the long run retirement stakes. He opened up a really nice lead on the field, and no one pressured him. He ended up winning by almost 4 lengths. He beat Strong Ending and Vinny Van Gogh. These are horses that we've seen in the last week or so race. And in the case of Strong Ending, just a week ago, Strong Ending was very impressive here, was able to get his first win of 2023 at the Fort. And the way that he did it was visually impressive as well. And last year, he was the 2022 Horse of the Year here. So just knowing what Alacritus has faced and what he's beaten so far, he looks extremely tough in here. But with that said, there is a fair bit of speed in here. Both of Nick Mulaney Jr.'s horses, Venomous State, the 4 and the 1, Take a Chance has speed. Core likes to be forwardly placed, which I think, maybe someone will try to pressure him in here, but I think his class and his speed, he's the best on paper and the best that we've seen visually now. Speaking of Nick's horses, the number 1, Take a Chance, is a horse that he bought recently, a 5-year-old son of money, and so he claimed last time out in a turf race up at Woodbine for $15,000. He does have 2 dirt races under his belt. You have to go pretty far down the page to find one of them. One of them was at Tampa. He didn't race too well in that race, but kind of looking at some of the names in there, I think it was a decent group to say the least, and he's got early foot. The question is, can he hang around? But he is cutting back in distance. You can see kind of how he ended his 4-year-old campaign, a lot of 7 furlong events. Nick does a very good job claiming horses. He sees what he likes. He kind of knows where he wants to place them and where he can go from there. And very curious to also see Helen Vanek aboard this one rather than the 4, Venomous State, who gets Chris Husbands. And then finally, I thought it was a toss-up between the number 3, Core, and the 5, Storming Lady. Core has just been so impressive. It took him a long time to graduate, but since graduating, he's picked up 2 additional wins back-to-back, and just watching him in the walking right now, he's got a lot of good energy. He's feeling very good in preparation for this start, but I did go to the 5, Storming Lady, as my 3rd pick in here. I just thought with so much pace, maybe this mare is able to close from off of it. She was able to close off from it in her last start in the kind of filly and mare division of those cup races on Father's Day, and the way that she won was very impressive. She can't beat the Cats, we'll see later on today. And I know she's facing the boys, but in terms of the pace scenario, maybe there is a trip in here that she gets where she's able to come running late and pick up a share. But for me, looking forward to the return here of the number 2, Alacritus, who's 2 for 2 on the year. Good luck here in the upcoming second.
Field for race 2 is making their way on track. This is a wide open allowance race. No conditions. 3-year-olds and up going to sprint 5 1/2 furlongs. Race 2 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering with a pool guaranteed at $10,000. Number 1 is Take a Chance. Helen Vanek rides for trainer Nick Malini Jr. and owner True Stride Horse Racing. Number 2, Alacritus. Deshaun Bino has the call for trainer Kevin Buttigieg and owner Colebrook Farms. Number 3 is Core. Pierre Mailhot will ride for trainer Robert Warner, who owns in partnership with Nancy Warner. Thomas Pritchard, owner of the 4, Venomous State. Chris Husbands will pilot for trainer Nick Malini Jr. Completing the field, number 5 is Storming Lady. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Bermuda Blue Farm. 3 minutes to post for race 2, kickoff leg of the $10,000 guaranteed early pick 4. Field heads up to the starting gate for today's second race. It is now post time. 6-5 on Alacritus, looking to go 3 for 3 at the meet. 2-1 second choice is the 5, Storming Lady, taking on the boys after winning the long run thoroughbred Aftercare. The first to load is Take a Chance with Helen Vanek. Alacritus and Deshaun Bino to gate 2. Core looking to win his 4th in a row. Pierre Mailhot aboard. The flashy gray 9-year-old Venomous State, Chris Husbands. Last to go up is the mare, Storming Lady, with Kirk Johnson. All in line. And they're off. Alacritus broke on top. Venomous State also forwardly placed with Take a Chance slipping up the rail to put the pressure onto Alacritus. Racing in 4th is Core. The trailer is Storming Lady. Taking control of the lead now, Take a Chance has a half-length advantage over Alacritus. It's a gap of 1.5 to Venomous State, Core, and advancing along the inside is Storming Lady. Alacritus fights right back to put the pressure on to Take a Chance, past a quarter in a quick 22 and 3. Storming Lady has slipped up the rail into a good spot in 3rd, racing a length better than Venomous State. Core is now the trailer with just over a quarter of a mile to go. Alacritus inching clear of Take a Chance as Storming Lady angles off the rail to launch a bid, and they swing for home. It is Alacritus on top. Take a Chance is digging right back in, and here comes Storming Lady down the outside. 3 across the track. Alacritus going best within the 8th pole. It's Alacritus and Deshaun Bino on top of length. Take a Chance isn't finished, but he needs to do better as Alacritus still has the lead coming down to the wire. It's Alacritus 3 in a row. Take a Chance second, then Storming Lady, a photo for 4th between Core and Venomous State. 105, 104 and 2. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 2, Alacritus. Second is the 1, Take a Chance. Third, number 5, Storming Lady. It's a photo for 4th. Hold all tickets. In the 4th place photo, it's number 3, Core. So your unofficial race 2 order, 2, 1, 5, 3. Now returning to the winner's circle, the official winner of today's second race, number 2, Alacritus. He's an 8-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Nonios out of She's the Real Deal. A homebred here in Ontario for Colebrook Farms. Ridden to victory today by apprentice Deshaun Bino, trained by Kevin Buttigieg. That is lifetime win number 12 in 50 starts for Alacritus. His 3rd consecutive and 4th of 2023. Alacritus digs in gamely and proves best in the final furlong, completing the 5 1/2 furlongs in a time of 104 and 2. Alacritus pays $430, $250, and $210. Number 1, Take a Chance, $330 and $210. And number 5, Storming Lady, $210. $2 exacta, 2-1, $12.60. The $1 try, 215, $12.15. $1 super, 2153, $29.40. And the $2 double, a pair of twos, $24.10. Be sure to come out to the track next Tuesday, July 25th. After the races, we'll have our free concert featuring Cottage Brew. Race 3 coming up in 19 minutes. We have a couple of overweights. Number 2, Feeling, will be 4 pounds over at 122. And number 5, Timmins, 3 pounds over at 123.
Race 3 is coming up next. Mile in his 16th here on the main track in this claiming event. 4 non-winners of 2 lifetime in for the $6,250 tag. And I think 2 horses probably going to take all the respect in here, that being the number 2 Feeling, as well as the number 5 Timmins. And you can see in front of us right now the 1-4 bounce feeling pretty good. But we're going to start here with the number 5 Timmins, who, looking at his performances so far this year, he was 3rd last time out, beaten by 7.5, and prior to that, he was actually able to graduate at the 6250 maiden claiming level. In his more recent start, though, he had to tackle a sloppy track. He got on the main track after having that turf race under his belt, and he pressed the pace throughout. He fell flat in the end. He was beaten by 7.5, so he is going to stretch out around 2 turns, but obviously getting a fast main track, I think, helps his case. And I also think in terms of trip, if he can get a similar trip to what he did around 2 turns on the turf course, he could be very dangerous in here. And even, I think, looking at some of his races, wouldn't be surprised to see him forwardly placed. He could also maybe even be on the lead, knowing that a couple others in here not the speediest out of the gate. So for me, Timmins ends up being the top pick. This one trained by Richard Davis. Other ones, though, I mentioned the other horse probably going to take a lot of respect in here is the number 2 Feeling, who it wouldn't be shocking to see him in the winner's circle once again. But looking at that group, he was claimed for 4,000. He's going to face tougher today. And the time of that last race was really lackluster. When you see where they went from 3/4 to a mile and it took them over 27 seconds, very slow race in the end. He did win by 7.5, and it took him a while to get into gear. Brian Shane had to really kind of get him going forward, and once he realized what he was being asked, he was able to open up on the field quite nicely. But I just didn't like the time of that race. I think this is an interesting group to face winners for the first time. But as I mentioned, yes, he could win here, but I went to the 5 instead for my top pick. And finally, the number 6, Big Brown Brewski. Excited to see this one stretch out around 2 turns. It's been a while since we've seen that on the dirt. You look at his couple races here. He's got 2 second-place finishes. He was beaten by a length last time out, but he ran one heck of a race. He was trying to catch the pace setter naval officer, and he was unable to do so with Kirk Johnson aboard that one. But I thought it was a really game second-place finish, just looking at the trip that he had. That was going 6.5 in his first race of the year. A very similar sort of circumstances unraveled, and he just missed by a neck behind Gunzig Stinger, who had a lot of early speed. So in the case of Big Brown Brewski, the faster they go, the better. Don't want to seem too far off of it, though, knowing that this race is going around 2 turns. But that's the field here for race number 3. Ultimately, the number 5, Timmins, is where I landed. Good luck here.
Field for today's third race is making their way on track. It's a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to travel 1 mile and a 16th for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Away from parade, number 1 is 4 Bounce. Brandon Boulanger will ride for trainer Joe Humber and owner Joy Elkins. Also away from parade, number 2 is Feeling. Brian Shane in the saddle for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 3 is Erie Island Man. Pierre Mailhot has the call for trainer Dale Powell and owner Uton Wallace. Number 4 is Quiet Rebel. Kirk Johnson pilots for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Shanique Johnson. Bruno Schickadans owns the 5, Timmins. Ishmael Mascaro will ride for trainer Richard Davis. Completing the field, number 6 is Big Brown Brewski. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Mike Blake and owner Annette Blake. 3 minutes to post for race 3. Race 3 field is heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. 3-2 favorite is number 2, Feeling, looking for his second consecutive win. 5-2 on the outside runner, Big Brown Brewski. 7-2 on the gray, Quiet Rebel. Set to begin loading. First up is 4 Bounce. Brandon Boulanger aboard. Feeling at 8-5. Goes up under Brian Shane. Erie Island Man and Pierre Mailhot. Quiet Rebel with Kirk Johnson. Timmins with Ishmael Mascara. Last up, Big Brown Brewski and Melanie Pinto. Big Brown Brewski goes in and we are all set. And they're off. Timmins was out sharply, ridden along as Erie Island Man. Feeling is also going to be forwardly placed. Big Brown Brewski is 3 deep. Between horses Quiet Rebel and on the rail is 4 Bounce. They're well bunched up as they go into the opening turn. And after being asked for that early speed, it's going to be Erie Island Man to make the pace. Feeling is racing second, angling to the outside. 3rd deep on the track is Timmins. 4 Bounce is under a hold from 4th. Widest still is Big Brown Brewski, and the trailer is now Quiet Rebel. The opening quarter was pretty moderate, 24-2. They race into the backstretch, and still controlling the pace is Erie Island Man at 35-1. He's racing 1.5 lengths better than Feeling. Another 1.5 back to Timmins in 3rd. Quiet Rebel has slipped up the inside into 4th, racing as a pair with Big Brown Brewski. Dropping back to last is 4 Bounce. A half mile in 48-4. Erie Island Man still dictates terms, but Feelings is creeping closer on the outside, now launching a bid to stick his head in front as they race to the 3/8 pole. Timmins is also gaining from 3rd. Big Brown Brewski is 4 wide. Quiet Rebel has asked for a little more from 5th, but not gaining. The trailer is still 4 Bounce. Midway round the far turn, the leader is Feelings, but Timmins is right there from 2nd, 3/4 and 114 flat. Big Brown Brewski is into 3rd, passing Erie Island Man. At the back are Quiet Rebel and 4 Bounce. Timmins has taken the lead as they swing from home. Feeling is still racing in 2nd. Big Brown Brewski 3rd. It is Timmins and Ishmael Mascara up by 2. Feeling tries to do better along the inside. Big Brown Brewski well back in 3rd. It is still Timmins leading the charge. Feeling tries to come back on along the rail. Timmins looking for the wire. Feeling is resurging. Coming down to the wire. This could get close. Photo finish. Feeling might have just gotten back up over Timmins. Big Brown Brewski was 3rd, and then Erie Island Man, 146-2. Photo finish in race 3. In the photo, number 2, Feeling, got back up to beat the 5, Timmins. 3rd was number 6, Big Brown Brewski. 4th, number 3, Erie Island Man. Unofficial race 3 order, 2, 5, 6, 3. Back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 2, Feeling. He's a 3-year-old dark Bear Brown colt by McLean's Music out of Convinced, bred in Kentucky by Theta Holdings 1 Incorporated. Slipping back up the rail under Brian Shane, Feeling was trained by Josh Robillard for owner Radcliffe Racing Stable, making his record over the border oval 2 for 2. That's the second lifetime win in 8 starts for Feeling, who completed the 1 mile and 1/16 in a time of 1:46 and 2. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. It's official. Feeling pays $5.50, $3.10, and $2.10. Number 5, Timmins, $4.90 and $2.90. Number 6, Big Brown Brewski, $2.10. The $2 exacta, $2.5, $23 even. The $1 try, $2.56, $19 even. $1 super, $2.563, $82.20. The $2 double, a pair of twos, $16 even. And the $1 pick 3, all twos, $35 even. On screen now, the win photo for today's third race. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie Racetrack on our normal Monday-Tuesday schedule. First post on both days will be 4:30. We've got several overweights here in race 4. Number 1, Very Debonair, 2 pounds over at 122. Number 2, Miss D's Pride, 1 pound over at 119. Number 4, Beyond Talented, 3 pounds over at 121. Number 5, Prince for a Day, 3 pounds over at 123. Number 6, Chicago Freddy, 2 pounds over at 120. Stewart scratched the number 9, also eligible, Infinitely Cats. 17 minutes to post.
The late pick 5 gets underway here in race number 4, a 5 furlong turf event for $8,000 maiden claimers. It's a really competitive event, and as I mentioned, it is going to kick off the late pick 5. It's a great sequence today. We have 3 turf races. They're all embedded into this sequence, and I think could have a really big payout today. I think races such as this one, you might see an upset just looking at these horses getting back on the turf or even trying the turf for the first time in a while. And I ended up going with the number 4, Beyond Talented, as my top pick. This one is one of 2 in the field for trainer Joe Humber, and I'm really intrigued by this one. Doesn't have any starts over the turf in general. Started the career up at Woodbine, and then more recently, those last 2 efforts have been down here at Fort Erie. And I thought this horse ran sneaky good the first time against maiden special weight competition, going 5 furlongs on the main track. Helen Vanek rode that day and actually has rode this horse back now in the most recent effort and booked to ride again today. I thought that was a positive sign. And just digging more into that race, Core ended up graduating in that race back on June 18th. He would win 2 more races today. He did kind of hook at Salty Group in race number 2 and finished 4th, but did have a nice late move, and I think that's a race to read into. When you look at Beyond Talented's most recent race, the 6 furlongs on the slop, this horse was forwardly placed and tired. It was kind of a little bit of a change in tactics, and with it being an off track, I think the connections in it want him to be too far off of it. It just didn't pan out for him. So curious to see this one on the grass by First Samurai, who's cut that average number of about 12%. Which is right in line with turf sprinters in terms of his offspring. Now, other ones maybe to consider, the number 8, Red Zeppelin, with 6-1 on the morning line. I figured we wouldn't get anywhere near that price. This horse has a ton of early speed. We saw it really late last year. Took him a while to make to the races, though. Didn't debut until he was 4 years old. And he's tired each and every single start. But his speed does benefit him. I think he probably needed that race last time out. He was not quick as he usually is. He did have some trouble in there. Going to get a little bit of a weight break today as well as blinkers on. So I think with that outside post, it's going to be a send mission from Amanda Vandermeersch and this horse they'll be trying to catch in the end. And finally, as I said, wide open race. The 7 first round I thought might be a price in here. You look at those last 2 turf efforts, I know he was out of the money in both of them, but looking at his energy when he was over here getting saddled, very full of himself. He looks like he's on the muscle, looking good, and I think from a pace perspective on the cutback, he could get a good position early on and maybe hang around for a share. So in terms of him, I think if you're looking at the exotics, one to use, but a wide open race. Didn't talk about the 1 or the 3. They're interesting horses. I will say the 6, Chicago Freddy, caught my eye. He was pretty full of himself when he schooled here on Sunday. Was kicking his hind legs out basically all the way around the walking ring and back to the barn. He settled in really nicely. So competitive 8-horse event coming up here in race number 4. Good luck.
Field for today's fourth race is making their way on track. This is a maiden claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. Claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000. We're on the turf course, sprinting about 5 furlongs. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $10,000. We'll come back to number 1. Leading the parade is number 2, Miss D's Pride. Chris Husbands will ride for trainer Ken Albu and owner's Six Brothers Stable. Number 3 is Reload Bullet. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Roy Augustino and owner B11 Incorporated. Number 4 is Beyond Talented. Helen Vanek rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Centennial Farms Niagara. Come back to 5 and 6. Number 7 is First Round. Brandon Boulanger pilots for trainer Joe Humber and owner Centennial Farms Niagara. Number 8 is Red Zeppelin. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Jim Ensom and owner Sadio Mirage. On screen now, we'll look at number 6, Chicago Freddy. Emil Ramsamy rides for trainer James Goldenberg and owners Princeton Farms, Nelson Ham, and Glenn Bechtal. On screen now is number 1, Very Debonair. Brian Shane in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Seems like number 5, Prince for a Day, is still in the paddock. We'll come to him later. Race 4 kicks off. The $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5 are on the turf course. Solid field of 8 to kick off the late pick 5. On screen now is number 5, Prince for a Day. Ishmael Mascara rides for owner-trainer Cindy Musto. Field has made their way onto the turf course. Starting gate about to take position. Not much time left to get your race 4 wagers in. $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5 kicks off here. Race 4 field heading up to the starting point. It is now post time. 8-5 favorite on the outside runner, Woodbine Invader Red Zeppelin. 7-2 on number 5, Prince for a Day. 9-2 on the 3, Reload Bullet. Chicago Freddy, the first to go up under Emil Ramsamy. To the rail is Very Debonair with Brian Shane. Gate 2 for Miss D's Pride and Chris Husbands. Reload Bullet and Kirk Johnson will come to gate 3. Beyond Talented with Helen Vanek, the first of 2 for Centennial Farms. Goes up. Prince for a Day and Ishmael Mascara. First round, and Brandon Boulanger also donning the colors of Centennial Farms. The last to go up is Red Zeppelin with Amanda Vandermeersch. Red Zeppelin goes up. All in line. And they're off. They're out in a clean line. Chicago Freddy was out slowly, showing speed as Reload Bullet. Along the rail, Very Debonair sticks his head in front. These two have opened up 3 on Red Zeppelin. Prince for a Day along the rail is Misty's Pride. It's 2 back to Beyond Talented, a 1.5 better than the stablemate first round. And well back at the slow start is Chicago Freddy. They race into the turn. The opening quarter was 22-3. It's Very Debonair leading the way, a neck better than Reload Bullet. Deep on the track in third is Red Zeppelin, racing a half length better than Prince for a Day, who's in a pocket from fourth. Misty's Pride within 3 lengths of the lead from fifth. The back 3 need to get going. Beyond Talented first round and Chicago Freddy as they swing for home. It's still Very Debonair. Here comes Reload Bullet. Along the fence, Prince for a Day has plenty of room. Red Zeppelin needs to do better. Very Debonair looking to go all the way. Reload Bullet is trying. Up the fence is Prince for a Day. It's down to these 3. Prince for a Day surging up the rail. Very Debonair is holding down to the wire. It's Very Debonair a neck. Prince for a Day was second, then Reload Bullet. Misty's Pride fourth. 1 minute and 3/5. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 1, Very Debonair. Second, number 5, Prince for a Day. Third, number 3, Reload Bullet. And fourth, number 2, Miss D's Pride. Unofficial race 4 order, 1, 5, 3, 2. Now returning to the winner's circle, unofficial winner of today's 4th race, number 1, Very Debonair. Very Debonair is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Signature Red out of Italian Beauty, a homebred here in Ontario for Bruno Chickadans. Ridden to victory today by Brian Shane, that's a riding double for Shane, trained by Julie Mathis. Very Debonair breaks the maiden in attempt number 3, completing the about 5 furlong distance in a time of 1 minute and 3 fifths. Hold all tickets until race 4 is made official. It's official, Very Debonair pays $15.50, $6.80, and $4.10. Number 5, Prince for a Day, $3.90 and $2.80. Number 3, Reload Bullet, $3.70. $2 exacta, $1.5, $55.20. The $1 try, $1.53. $126.60. $1 super, $1.532, $645.45. $2 double, $2.1, $29.90. And the $1 pick 3, 39.75. The 2023 Basset Hound races are coming up on Sunday, August 13th. Basset Hound races sponsored by Pet Food Outlet and Dave McMahon Dog Training Academy. We had a claim out of race 4, number 4, Beyond Talented, claimed by Radcliffe Racing Stable, goes to the barn of trainer Josh Robillard. Race 5 is coming up in 19 minutes, just an overweight on the 4, Za Feather, 3 pounds over at 123.
Halfway through the card, still 4 races to go. Race number 5, an allowance event for fillies and mares in search of that third lifetime win. Set to go 6.5 furlongs here on the main track. And the big name is going to be the number 2, Can't Beat the Cats, who's been very impressive so far this season, was a 9.5 length winner 2 starts back, and then more recently tackled stakes competition in the long run Aftercare Stakes. And she was just second best behind Storming Lady, who we saw earlier today in race number 2, tackled the boys. It was a pretty nice third facing those male rivals. And I think just looking at this filly so far, her races, she's got a 76 Beyer speed figure and a 70, the Julie Mathis barn. We saw them win the 4th race with Very Debonair. Just Sunday, won a couple races as well. They actually took the early double. So the barn continues to get steam and roll at the meet, and I think this one is the one to beat. Now, if anyone can't beat the Cats, I think it's the number 4, Feather. This one was entered here just a week ago and scratched out of that race. Now going to make her first start of 2023, and talk about a consistent filly. A 2-time winner from 9 career starts. She's 5 for 9 in the money, and she's got some really nice trips. She's been able to close from pretty far off of it. She's also been able to be pretty close to it. And last time out in her final start as a 3-year-old filly, she was pretty close to it up at Woodbine while in for the $14,000 tag, and ended up being much the best to score by over 2 lengths. I thought the trip that she got was very good from Kazushi Kimura. Now joins the barn of Richard Davis. He obviously liked what he saw in her, and just to see her energy, she looks great. She's dappled out on her toes in here. So I think she's probably the main competitor to the number 2, Can't Beat the Cats. And then finally the number 6, Nicole's Song. Not going to get the price we got last time out on her. 15 to 1 when she scored the upset to pick up her 2nd lifetime win against allowance competition. She really improved second off the layoff and really improved getting back to the main track here at Fort Erie. She had previously had 1 effort here. She was a late charging 3rd in that race at that allowance level. So I think for her, the surface change has been key. Excited to see her just make her 2nd start here of the year, and hopefully looking at some others in here, such as the 2, maybe the 3 could be part of the pace, and even the 5. If the pace is right, I do think Nicole's Song should be closing late here, going 6.5 furlongs, and maybe can get a piece against these fillies. But for me, the number 2, Can't Beat the Cats, is who my top pick ends up being. Good luck here in the upcoming 5th.
Field for today's 5th race is making their way on track. Allowance fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races, going to sprint 6 1/2 furlongs. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $10,000. Leading the post parade, number 1 is My Girl Gabby. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Robert Warner, who owns with Nancy Warner. Number 2 is Can't Beat the Cats. Melanie Pinto in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 3, Call Me Brooke. Jason Hoyt in to ride for trainer Gary Chadobiak and owner Maureen Hewitt Top. Number 4 is Zafeather. Ishmael Mosquera rides for trainer Richard Davis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Dale Powell owns and trains the number 5, A Wild as Treasure. The rider is Leo Salas. Completing the field, number 6 is Nicole Song. Kirk Johnson will ride for trainer Mike Blake and owner Pass Eye Peach Stables. 4 minutes to post for race 5. Kickoff leg for the late pick 4, guaranteed at $10,000. Heading up to the gate for today's fifth race, it is now post time. Heavily favored at 1-2 is number 2, Can't Beat the Cats. The other Bruno Schickedan's runner, Feather, is the 4-1 second choice. 5-1 on the rail runner, My Girl Gabby. My Girl Gabby, the first to load under Amanda Vandermeersch. Can't Beat the Cats and Melanie Pinto. Call Me Brooke and Jason Hoyt in from Woodbine. Feather with Ishmael Mascara. A Wild as Treasure and Leo Salez. Last up, Nicole Song and Kirk Johnson. All in line. And they're off. Can't Beat the Cats broke on top. Feather also showing up between horses with Call Me Brooke. Deep on the track is A Wildest Treasure. My Girl Gabby is closer to the pace today, racing along the fence. She's within 2 lengths of the leader. Tailed off in last, about 6 lengths off the lead, is Nicole Song. The favorite, Can't Beat the Cats at 1-9, is loose on the lead, 2 lengths better than the trio of Feather, My Girl Gabby, and Call Me Brooke racing in the middle. A Wildest Treasure is out wide in 5th, racing 2.5 lengths better than Nicole Song. The opening quarter was 23-2. It is Can't Beat the Cats freewheeling on the lead. Feather is into 2nd, passing My Girl Gabby, A Wildest Treasure. Ridden along into 4th, passing Call Me Brooke. Still at the back is Nicole Song. Just over a quarter of a mile to go. The half was 47 flat and Can't Beat the Cats now being pressed by Feather, who's ridden along. My Girl Gabby has 3 lengths to make up from 3rd. A Wildest Treasure, Call Me Brooke, and Nicole Song still at the back. They swing for home, and it is Can't Beat the Cats still on top with just over a furlong to go. Feather is trying down the outside, still needs to make up 2 lengths. Well back in 3rd is My Girl Gabby. Coming down to the wire within the 16th pole, it is Can't Beat the Cats. A workmanlike win at 1-5, but a win nonetheless by 2 lengths. Feather was 2nd, then My Girl Gabby. 4th was Nicole Song, 1:18-1. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 2, Can't Beat the Cats. Second, number 4, Feather. Third, number 1, My Girl Gabby. And fourth, number 6, Nicole Song. Unofficial race 5 order, 2-4-1-6. Race 5 is now official. Can't Beat the Cats makes her way back to the winner's circle. She's a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Cat's My Song out of Bet You I Win. A homebred in Florida for Bruno Schickadans. Ridden to victory today in gate-to-wire fashion by Melanie Pinto. Can't Beat the Cats was trained by Julie Mathis. That's the 2nd win at the meet for Can't Beat the Cats. 3rd win lifetime in 10 starts, going gate to wire. In a time, 6.5 furlongs, 1:18-1. Can't Beat the Cats, 270, 210, and 210. Number 4 is Feather, 380 and 250. Number 1, My Girl Gabby, $2.50, the $2 exacta, 2-4. $7.70, the $1 try, 2-4-1, 10-20. $1 super, 2-4-1-6, $18.40. $2 double, 1-2, 27.20. $1 pick 3, 27.50. $1 early pick 4, 96.65. And the $1 early pick 5, $438.85. Can't beat the Cats, official winner of race 5. Completing a double for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Chickadams. Mark your calendars. The Prince of Wales Stakes highlight of the Fort Erie racing season will be run on Tuesday, September 12th. Changes for race 6. Number 2, Dynamic Mission, will be 3 pounds over at 123. And we have an ownership change on the number 3, Wilberforce, should read Sharon Chicotto and V. Bahari. 16 minutes to post.
Race 6 is on the turf at about 7 furlongs, an allowance event for non-winners of 2, lifetime a field of 7 going postward. I think it's a really challenging race to handicap. I think there are a lot of horses that maybe off the layoff or getting back onto the turf. And when you go back to, say, last year, they have really good turf races locally. You wonder, though, if they're fit enough to kind of be able to score in their first start. And a horse that I looked forward to on the debut on the turf, who didn't fare too well, is a little green and a little full of himself, who put it together second time out, is the number 3, Wilberforce. When you look at his pedigree, it screams turf, top and bottom. Obviously, Kitten's Joy on the top end, on the bottom, a Stormy Atlantic mare by the name of Amaze Me Grace, who had 1 victory in her career, and it was on the grass. And I mentioned, really looked forward to him on debut. At odds of 9-1, he was green before the race, he was green on the track, and it just didn't fare too well for him. But to see him next time out, the blinkers went on in that race, and he was very focused, sharp out of the gate over the sloppy main track, and was able to take them gate to wire. He prevailed by 3/4 in the end, and he was green once again. He did drift out a little bit. So it's nice to see him get the job done in that second career start, and I'm very excited to see him on the grass. Now, he was getting a little worked up getting saddled, but as I've mentioned, it's kind of on par for the course with him, so excited to see what he'll do on the track, and hopefully he'll settle down just a little bit. Other ones to consider, the number 6, Synchro Mesh. This is one of those horses I'm talking about that in the past had really good turf form locally. 0 for 8 in terms of wins, but 5 for 8 in the money. You look at a couple of those efforts. I know they were at the claiming level, but around 2 turns, a very consistent type. Had a couple of second place finishes and even a really nice third place finish in his second start of 2022. Now, first off the layoff, he has actually run well. Pretty well, I should say, off the layoff in the past. So I think he could get a piece in here. I thought he looked good. He's carrying a lot of weight on him for trainer Joe Humber. And then finally, from here, the number 1, Working Out, is a horse who he's been a consistent type. The 5 as well, Action Point. I was torn between them and what to do because I thought Working Out, in terms of the Chiefswood horse, they had wanted to get this horse on the turf last time out and they were unable to do so. I thought he was maybe worth a look, as well as the number 5, Action Point, who we haven't seen on the turf in quite some time. Only has that 1 turf try at the $15,000 level back over a year ago at Woodbine. So for me, I thought the top 2 really stood out in here, that being the number 3, Wilberforce, and the 6, Synchro Mesh. But a lot of directions to go. Best of luck here in the upcoming 6th.
Field for race 6 is making their way on track. Allowance runners, 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to travel about 7 furlongs over the turf course. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Working Out. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Lane Gilliforty and owner Chiefswood Stable. Number 2 is Dynamic Mission, Michael David in the saddle for trainer Claudia Rabstein and owner David Tomlinson. Number 3 is Wilberforce. Chris Husbands has the call for trainer Sharon Chicato, who part owns with Vino Bahari. 4 is Artie's All In. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Pierre Crete and owner Malcolm Alderson. Number 5 is Action Point. Emil Ramsamy has the call for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Andrew Weems. 6 is Synchromesh. Lenny Seacharan rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Aaron Rickman. Completing the field, number 7 is Sensible Portions. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Final pick 3 of the day. Coming up in race 6, we're back on the turf. Starting gate has crossed onto the turf course. Not too much time left to get your race 6 wagers in. Race 6 field is approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. Even money on the rail runner working out. 5-2 second choice is number 3, Wilberforce, on the heels of a maiden victory. Third choice, number 3, Action Point, who will try the Fort Erie turf course for the first time. First to load is Working Out under Amanda Vandermeersch. Dynamic Mission and Michael David to gate 2. Wilberforce and Chris Husbands. Artie's All In, Pierre Mailhot. Action Point with Emil Ramsamy. Synchromesh with Lenny Seacharan. Last to go up will be Sensible Portions and Kirk Johnson. All in line. And they're off. Wilberforce broke on top. Working Out also went well from the rear. Looking for position between horses is Artie's All In. Deep on the track is Sensible Portions. Dynamic Mission is going to find the rail, racing a length better than Action Point. The trailer is Synchromesh. Midway around the opening turn, it is Wilberforce opening up a 2-length lead. Second on the outside is Sensible Portions, racing a length better than Working Out. Artie's All In is angled to the outside in fourth, racing 3/4 of a length better than Dynamic Mission, who's saving ground. Then at the back are Action Point and Synchromesh. The quarter was 24-3. It is Wilberforce leading the charge, still 1 3/4 better than Sensible Portions. Well spotted in third is Working Out. Fourth on the outside, Artie's All In, angling out wide to make a rush is Synchromesh. He's deep on the track, passing Action Point and Dynamic Mission. Into the far turn they go. The half was 48-3 and little has changed. Wilberforce is still leading the way. Sensible Portions asked for more in second. Working Out is gaining ground from the inside. Synchromesh is into fourth in the 3-path. He's 3 lengths better than a tired Artie's All In. Action Point tries to launch a rally and Dynamic Mission is at the back. They swing for the drive. It is Wilberforce still on top, but here comes Working Out to the outside. Wilberforce trying to hold off Working Out. Angling towards the rail is Sensible Portions. Here comes Synchromesh from the back. Wilberforce caught the breather and is still going. Here's Working Out. One final charge. He's not doing enough. Wilberforce still has the lead. It's Wilberforce going gate to wire under Chris Husbands. Working Out second best. Synchromesh was not good enough for third. He couldn't get past Sensible Portions. 127-4. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 3, Wilberforce. Second, number 1, Working Out. Third, number 7, Sensible Portions. And fourth, number 6, Synchromesh. Unofficial race 6 order, 3-1-7-6. Making his way back to the winner's circle is the unofficial winner of today's sixth race, number 3, Wilberforce. Wilberforce is a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Kitten's Joy out of Amaze Me Grace, bred in Kentucky by Edward Seltzer, Beverly Anderson, Krista Seltzer, and Jamie Frost. Ridden to victory today in gate-to-wire fashion by Christopher Husbands, trained by Sharon Chicotto, who owns in partnership with Vino Beheri. Wilberforce makes it 2 in a row, switching back to the grass, completing the about 7 furlong distance in a time of 1:27.4. It's official, Wilberforce returns 1390, 390, and 340. Number 1, Working Out, 210, 210. And number 7, Sensible Portions, 540. $2 exacta, 3-1, 32.50. The $1 try, 317, 87.70. $1 super, 3176, $336.40. The $2 double, 2-3, 24.60. And the $1 pick 3, $107.80. On screen now is the show photo for race 6. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Changes for race 7, number 3, JMR Bold Vision will be 2 pounds over at 114. And number 9, Sub-Zero Plus, 1 pound over at 123. 17 minutes to post.
Fillies and Mares will take the stage here in race number 7, a $5,000 claiming event. 5.5 furlongs is the distance over the dirt course, and it's a competitive event. I think there's a fair bit of speed in here, and kind of with that mindset, I'm hoping that the number 1, Rain by Rain, can close from off of it. I think looking at her performances this year, 3 starts, 2 second-place finishes, both of those were on the main track, but even looking at that turf effort, 2 back, I thought it was actually a really good 4th. I know she was beaten by 6.5, but in terms of the horses that finished in front of her, the runner-up came back to win next to him out very impressively for Julie Mathis, and then the winner was a horse that I think deserves some respect in that spot. So for me, Rain by Rain staying on the dirt with the pace set up, I think this one will be closing. She ran very well last time out at the level over the slop going longer, but she will need pace to run out. Now, other ones maybe to look at in here, to me, was looking at the 2 as well as the number 7. And the 2, Snell Flick, she's kind of shown glimpses of her former self. She was very good here a couple of years ago, a consistent type who fared very well here on the main track, and she kind of lost her rhythm in 2022. She was 0 for 3, didn't even make it into the top 3 in those races, but to look at her this year, not only did she get that win 2 back, but last time out on a little bit of a step up in class. She ran a really nice second behind Sweet Finale, who's a horse that absolutely loves this main track and basically has been in the money almost all of her efforts here, and I thought seeing Snell Flick showed that early speed. The question in here is, can she show it again, and can she maybe get a clean break in here? Because if there is circumstances where she finds herself loose on the lead, Snell Flicka could be very tough. And then finally from there, the number 7, Remember Old Times. She won 3 races here last season, back-to-back wins and similar trips in each of those, anywhere from 5 to 6.5 furlongs, fast, sloppy track, didn't matter. She was able to get herself into a good position out of the gate, just a couple of lengths off the pace setters, was able to draw clear in all 3 of those efforts. But it's taken a while for her this year to get back into form, and finally last time out at the $5,000 level, she was 3rd behind Snell Flicka. She's about just under 2 lengths behind her. I thought it was an improved performance. You see Chris Husbands climbing aboard. Him and his agent, they've done very well. On Sunday, Chris piloted 4 horses, 2 trips to the winner's circle, and 2 runner-up finishes, and he just won the last race with the number 3 Wilberforce. So curious to see Chris climb aboard this one. Maybe he can get this one back on track. But for me, hopefully going to get a little bit of a price on the number 1, Rain by Rain, who looks good here in the walking ring, was on her toes just a minute ago and looks ready to roll here. Best of luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 7th race. It's a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2023 or which have never won 4 races. We're going to sprint 5 1/2 furlongs for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, late double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Away from parade, number 1 is Rain by Rain. Amanda Vandermeersch will ride for trainer Daryl Ezra and owner Double Blooded Stables. Number 2 is Snell Flicka. Brandon Boulanger rides for trainer Mike Blake and owner Pass Eye Peach Stables. Number 3 is JMR Bold Vision. Alexis Sanchez has the call for trainer Ken Albu and owner JMR Racing Incorporated. Take note that JMR Bold Vision will race with inserts. Number 4 is Jungle Goddess. Leo Salas pilots for trainer Sharon Chicotto and owner Jim Vitier. Number 5 is Westpaw. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Also going for David Mathis is the 6, Miss Pease Bella, trained by Julie Mathis, the rider, Kirk Johnson. Number 7 is Remember Old Times. Chris Husband's in the saddle for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Fun Cool, the number 8. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Mike Bellissimo. Completing the field, number 9 is Sub-Zero Plus. Michael David rides for owner-trainer Dale Powell. 2 minutes to post for race 7, late double wagering offered here. Field for race 7, heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. 2-1 choice is the 4, Jungle Goddess. 5-2 co-second choices are number 1, Rain by Rain, and number 8, Fun Cool. Field of 9, to kick off the late double, first to load will be Rain by Rain with Amanda Vandermeersch. Cheek pieces on Rain by Rain. Snell Flicka to gate 2 with Brandon Boulanger. JMR Bold Vision with Alexis Sanchez. Leo Salas aboard Jungle Goddess. The Gray Mare Westpaw with Melanie Pinto will come to gate 5. Stablemate Miss P's Bella with Kirk Johnson. Remember Old Times, looking to give Chris Husbands back-to-back victories on today's card. Miss P's Bella backs out. Miss P's Bella back in. Remember Old Times, Chris Husbands. Fun Cool with Pierre Mailhot will come up next. Fun Cool goes in. Last up will be Sub-Zero Plus and Michael David. Sub-Zero Plus comes up. We're all set. And they're off. Fun Cool missed the start. Showing Speed, Snell Flicka, Jungle Goddess, and Miss P's Bella. Deep on the track, Remember Old Times is also forwardly placed. Trying to recover after the slow start, Fun Cool is making a rush, passing Jagamar Bold Vision. Out wide is Sub-Zero Plus, Rain by Rain along the fence. The early trailer is Westpaw. It's Snell Flicka and Jungle Goddess duking it out on the lead, going into the turn past a quarter in 22 and 2. The top two have opened up 3 lengths on Miss P's Bella and Remember Old Times. Fun Cool is racing in 5th, about 5 lengths off the lead. Sub-Zero Plus into 6th, past Rain by Rain along the rail. At the back are JMR Bold Vision and Westpaw. With a quarter of a mile to go, Snell Flicka has shaken loose of Jungle Goddess. Deep on the track, out wide is Remember Old Times. Up the fence, here comes Miss P's Bella. Deep on the track, trying to launch a rally is Sub-Zero Plus, but Snell Flicka has snuck away to a 2-length lead. Remember Old Times is trying down the outside. Snell Flicka still holding. Here comes Remember Old Times. Sub-Zero Plus looking for an upset, still has 4 lengths to make up on Snell Flicka. Snell Flicka and Brandon Boulanger, 1 1/4 over Remember Old Times, then Sub-Zero Plus. A photo for 4th between Miss P's Bella and Rain by Rain. 106 flat. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 2, Snell Flicka. Second, number 7, Remember Old Times. Third, number 9, Sub-Zero Plus. It's a photo for 4th. Hold all tickets. In the fourth place photo, it's number 1, Rain by Rain. Unofficial race 7 order, 2791. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 7th race, number 2, Snell Flicka. She's a 7-year-old bay mare by JP's Gusto out of Time to Get Wild. Bred in Florida by Brent Crystal and Andrew Furnung. Ridden to victory today by Brandon Boulanger, Snell Flicka is trained by Mike Blake for owner Pass Eye Peach Stables. That's the 2nd win of the campaign, 8th win lifetime for Snell Flicka, who completed the 5 1/2 furlongs today in a time of 106 flat. Hold all tickets until race 7 is made official. It's official. Snell Flicka pays $11.80, $553.90. Number 7, Remember Old Times, $570 and $410. And number 9, Sub-Zero Plus, $710. $2 exacta, $2.7, $49.70. $1 try, $2.79. $166.60. The $1 super, $2.791. $633.10. $2 double, $3.2, $81 even. And the $1 pick 3, $78 even. On screen now, the 4th place photo for today's 7th race. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races, only $13.25 per person. The track pack includes a food item, a drink, and a Ford Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Changes for race 8, a rider change on number 1, Wanafrack, make the rider Chris Husbands. Overweight on the 7, Torpedo Max, 2 pounds over at 122. Stewart scratch also eligible, number 9, Swath, 18 minutes to post. Jackpot High Five wagering offered here in today's 8th race. Be the only winning ticket to take home the whole jackpot. Carry over $24,911.
Sit a boy down. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, first post 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Watch and wager with some of the lowest takeout rates in the industry. $50,000 pick 4 guaranteed pool. Jackpot pick 5 and over $1 million in daily wagering. We're bringing weekend quality racing to weeknights. Watch ASD Live. For more information, visit asdowns.com.
We have one more left. The finale is upon us. Race number 8, an $8,000 claiming event set to go about 5 furlongs here on the main track. Colton Gelding's going postward, field of 8. So just one and scratch in here. The also eligible, the number 9 Swath is out. It's a competitive race here. I think there's a fair bit of speed. I still want the speed horse in here on the outside, the number 8 Union Colonel, who has claimed his kind of stamp here on the turf course. He's 3 for 3. He's been very impressive all the way at 5/8, even around 2 turns. He's been able to win impressively at about a mile. And I think looking at his performances so far this year, just getting on the turf last time out, it made all the difference. It was at this distance. He was able to break on top, was able to hold on to win by half a length. Very good performance. And the Robert Warner Barns had a really great year so far. Pierre stays aboard him as well. So I did use him in here, but I am a little concerned that he draws to the outside. with so much speed in here, and I wonder if that's going to set up for a horse like the number 1, Juana Frank, who made the rider here. Chris Husbands picks up the mount. No Omar Moreno today, so Chris picks this one up. I think it's a good pickup mount. This horse, 2 tries here locally over the turf course. He's been the runner-up in both of them, but I think the trip is what might make the difference today. He's been typically sitting off of it. He was making a late move last time out, and he was only a half a length behind Union Colonel, and I saw when the betting opened, he opened up as the favorite. I'm not shocked by that at all. 71 buyer speed figure for his most recent effort on the grass, and his only other try was just over a year ago at the $4,000 maiden claiming ranks, where he missed by a head, and he's picked up a slew of wins since then. So a versatile type, but very impressed by his turf numbers, especially that one in his most recent start. And then I thought maybe the 3 Exceed was sneaky in here. He is 0 for 5 on the turf, which I don't love, but you have to go down the page to find those races. They were certainly against tougher competition. This is going to be his least competition that he's faced so far on the grass. And last time out, he was able to pick up a win here over the slop, going 3/4 of a mile. Was in for that $6,250 tag, and he caught the eye of his trainer, Roy Augustino, who has had a great meet so far. A lot of in-the-money finishes. He's had 4 wins so far, 5 on the year and total. So I thought this one was sneaky. The go-to rider, Mark Lee Buchanan, is going to ride this one. And as I mentioned, maybe the price is right underneath, but it'll be interesting to see the tote action here with a field of 8 on the grass. I think a lot of the money is going to shift in those final moments as these horses make their way onto the turf course, but the 8 and the 1 were my top 2. Best of luck here in tonight's finale.
Field is making their way on track for tonight's 8th and final race. It's a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2023 or which have never won 4 races. We're going for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000, sprinting about 5 furlongs over the turf course. Race 8 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high five wagering. Carryover in the jackpot high five is in excess of $24,000. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Juana Frank. Chris Husbands picks up the mount for trainer Joe Humber and owner Julie Wilkinson. Number 2 is Ben Lomond. Brian Shane will ride for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 3 is Exceed. Mark Lee Buchanan in the saddle for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Mary Lynn Augustino. Racing Stables, owner of the 4, Red Maple, Brandon Boulanger pilots for trainer Joe Humber. Number 5 is Bound Lucky. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer George Newland and owner Mike McDonald. Number 6, Ace Destroyer. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owners Radcliffe Racing Stable and Admiral Stable. Howard Keene owns and trains the number 7 Torpedo Max. The rider is Devin Johnson. Last of parade, number 8, Union Colonel. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Robert Warner, who owns with Nancy Warner. 3 minutes to post. For race 8, 3 minutes to get your jackpot high 5 wagers in. Field has made their way onto the turf course. Starting gate is taking position. Not much time left to get your race 8 wagers in. Jackpot high five offered here. Field for race 8 heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. 2-1 favorite is the outside runner, Union Colonel, looking to go 4 for 4 over the Fort Erie turf course. 3-1 on number 3, Exceed, and number 1, Wanafrac. 6-1 on number 2, Ben Lomond. Set to begin loading. First to come up will be the gray, Wanafrac. Chris Husbands picking up the mount. The 9-year-old, Ben Lomond, will come to gate 2. Ben Lomond reluctant. Ben Lomond in now. Next up, Exceed with Mark Lee Buchanan. Red Maple, looking to give Brandon Boulanger both ends of the late double. Bound Lucky with Amanda Vandermeersch. Ace Destroyer, Kirk Johnson. Devin Johnson aboard Torpedo Max. The last to come up will be Union Colonel and Pierre Mailhot. Union Colonel goes in. We're all in line. And they're off. Red Maple out best with Ace Destroyer. From out wide, here comes Union Colonel. Wanafrac is slipping up the rail. Racing in 5th between horses is Bound Lucky. 6th on the outside is Torpedo Max. Then we have Exceed, and the trailer is Ben Lomond. Hooking up on the lead are Union Colonel and Red Maple. They're head-and-head, opened up 3 lengths on Wanafrac and Ace Destroyer, who races a pair. Then in 5th, we have Bound Lucky as we go into the sunset turn. Torpedo Max is next. Exceed along the rail, and angling wide is Ben Lomond. Union Colonel has shaken clear of Red Maple. They went the quarter in 22-1, and they swing for home. Union Colonel at 6-5, looking to hold off Ace Destroyer and Wanafrac, who's rallying up the inside. Angling out for a run. Here comes Bound Lucky. It's still Union Colonel on top. Bound Lucky, widest of all, Exceed is rallying. Union Colonel up by 3. Exceed is surging down the outside, but not going to get to Union Colonel, who's a perfect 4 for 4 on the Fort Erie turf. Union Colonel by about 2. Exceed was up for second. Then we had Bound Lucky, Wanafrac, and Ace Destroyer, 59-2. Unofficial in race 8, the winner is number 8, Union Colonel. Second, number 3, Exceed. Third, number 5, Bound Lucky. Fourth, number 6, Ace Destroyer. In for fifth for the Jackpot High Five was number 1, Wanafrac. Unofficial race 8 order, 8356. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of tonight's 8th race, number 8, Union Colonel. He's a 6-year-old bay gelding by Colonel John out of Dinner with DC, bred in Kentucky by K&G Stables. Ridden to victory today by Pierre Mailhot for trainer Robert Warner, who owns in partnership with Nancy Warner. That's Union Colonel's 2nd win of the meet, 5th win of the career, extending his perfect record over the Fort Erie Turf Course to 4 for 4. Union Colonel completed the about 5 furlong distance in a time of 59 and 2. Hold all tickets until race 8 is made official. Race 8 is now official. Prices are up. Union Kernel, $4.70, $2.80, and $2.40. Number 3, Exceed, $5.70 and $5. And number 5, Bound Lucky, $3.60. $2 Exacta, 8.3, $33.40. The $1 Try, 8.35, $114.65. $1 Super, 8.356, $569.60. Multiple winning tickets in the Jackpot High Five, the $1 Combo, 83561, $1,040.85. Carryover into Monday's card will be $27,951.39. $2 Double, 2.8, $29.10. The $1 Pick 3, $114.70. $1 Late Pick 4, $166.85. And the $1 Late Pick 5, $1,295.40. Jackpot High Five carryover is growing. Monday's card will feature a carryover of $27,951.39. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for everything going on at the track, news, racing schedule, live streaming, and race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches, and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie on the standard Monday-Tuesday schedule. First post on both days will be 4:30. Be sure to come out to the track on Tuesday, July 25th. We'll have our free concert after the races featuring Cottage Brew. Mark your calendars. The 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be held on Tuesday, September 12th. The 2023 Basset Hound races are going to be taking place on Sunday, August 13th, sponsored by Pet Food Outlet and Dave McMahon Dog Training Academy. Tune in to Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. And if you're on track, stick around for some simulcast action from Assiniboia Downs, Winnipeg's premier thoroughbred track. First post will be at 8:30.
That's the last one.
So that concludes the racing week here at Fort Erie. We want to thank everybody for joining us this week. We had a terrific Wiener Dog Sunday and a strong wagering day here on our Twilight Tuesday. I want to thank everybody for all the support. We'll see you all back on Monday. Have a great week.